whole Nigeria in this hall so that everybody will hear from seasoned speakers. To do justice to this topic for today, we have our keynote speaker, Mr. Samson Itodo. I don't know if he's here. Let's appreciate him. Let's appreciate him. Mr. Samson Itodo. So we also have as a guest speaker also Sheikh Nuhu Khalid. Sheikh Nuhu Khalid. Let's put our hands together for him. Then you have a panel of robust discussants who will analyze both the speech of the keynote speaker and the guest speaker. So they will discuss and then you hear from them what the takeaway is. But at this often with our program, when we organize a speech like this, we do have what we call the welcome address. The welcome address will be delivered this morning by the Tapuan of Sahara Deck, Mr. Olamide Oni. Please, can we put our hands together for him? He's going to deliver the welcome address. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Our partner is partner of the represented the Chief Communications Officer, our guest speaker, the keynote speaker, our discussant, the esteemed dignitaries, our leaders. A splendid morning to all attendants. Today, I stand before you to review the role of the 2023 Peace of Barracuda, National Institution of Civic, and the Fraternity Appointed to this sector, to address the matter of paramount importance, pressing challenges of ethnic division, tribalism within the border of our beloved Nigeria, their profound impact on our collective pursuit of national unity. These issues have been of great concern, tracking our progress and obstructing the realization of harmonious private nation. As we assemble here, it is incumbent upon us to acknowledge the efficacy and gravity of this challenge. Nigeria, endowed with vast cultural diversity and multifaceted heritage, bears the potential to flourish as a united nation, an inclusive nation. Nevertheless, the persistent schism and conflict fueled by ethnic disparities and tribal affiliation jeopardize this very potential. Our objective today transcends mere acknowledgement, for we endeavor to chart tangible solutions that will guide us towards a future of characterized by unity, empathy, and shared prosperity. This is an endeavor that demands our collective participation from each individual, irrespective of background or affiliation. We must engage in constructive dialogue, foster tolerance, and cultivate a national identity that transcends the confines of our ethnicity. By directly confronting these challenges, we can lay the groundwork for a stronger, more resilient Nigeria, one that embraces its diversity, generates its rich heritage, and harnesses the collective strength of its people. Our capacity to overcome ethnic division and tribalism will inevitably shape our success in erecting a truly united and prosperous nation, one that serves as a beacon of hope and inspiration to come. Throughout the course of our time together today, that is going to the provision of distinguished speakers, imagine ourselves in profound discussion. Together we can delve into the root causes of ethnic division, tribalism, examining the far-reaching consequences on our society, and identifying practical strategies to foster national unity. At each of you to actively engage, share your insights, and contribute to the reservoir of collective wisdom that shall emerge Let us approach this criteria to act from there and steadfast in our commitment and vision in Nigeria where unity, comprehension prevail over division and disorder. Hand in hand, we can embark on this transformative journey towards a harmonious and flourishing Nigeria. I extend my heartfelt gratitude and resolute determination that has set forth for this policy plan for a Nigeria where diversity becomes a wealth range of strength and where every Nigerian feels respected and celebrated. Thank you, and our shared endeavor usher us in an era of profound unity and prosperity for our generation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Olamide Oni, of Sahara, the host of this event. So, as it's part of our culture also, when we host events like this, we often allow those who are invited to have a glimpse of what we do, who we are. So, a lot of times, some persons may just be having their first interaction with the National Association of CDOs. So, occasions like this afford us the opportunity to showcase our activities and what we do there. So, to handle this, I'll be calling on Mr. Henry, to handle who we are. So, please ask the audience to take note as he brings this conference together.
Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to have the opportunity to speak to you all, basically describing who we are, what we do. Before I go into it, I'd like to start by telling you the big history behind this organization. The Paris Fraternity was started sometime in 1952 by 7 undergraduates of the University College Campus. Now, at the time that the Paris Fraternity came into being, it was as a result of what happened in the society. This was the response of these wonderful young men who were teenagers at the time, who felt that they had a calling, to make a change in the society in which they found themselves. At the time, there was so much emphasis on elitist behavior, and people were relating with one another, mostly on campus, based on some sort of class stratification. These students felt that this was not the problem in the right thinking society, and this led to them coming together to give birth to the Paris Fraternity. Now, in the Paris Fraternity, our founding fathers are referred to as the original 7. These are the 7 young men, the teenagers, who came together, gave birth to this robust traffic organization, which is still leading so many decades after. And the names are number 1, Mr. Professor Wole Soyinka, Ralph Ofara, Pius Olege, Pierre Ike Imotede, Nathaniel Oyelola, Olumuyiwa Owe, and the last but not the least, Sylvanus U. Ebuche. When you look based on it today, everything you see evolved from the ideas that were put forward by these young men, who we have come to recognize as the original seven. You'll all agree with me that from 1952 to 2023, which is this year, there has been a long passage of time, and it is very much, it is not unlikely that the organization itself would evolve. That's what we thought. From being an ordinary campus of fraternity, which was started in 1952, today the National Association of Sea Dogs, the private confraternity, evolved into the National Association of Sea Dogs and become a community-based advocacy organization. In fact, our spread is all over the world. We have 60 active branches in almost every part of the world. We are ably represented in all the continents of the world as of today. And I think that that is something that deserves some sort of applause. In line with the advocacy vision of the National Association of Sea Dogs, today we have also embarked on started taking part in a lot of programs. Some of those programs are our medical relation, our citizen summit, our street kids program, our charity red ball, and our piece of Barracuda, which is the event that we are attending today. And we have the Foundation Lecture Series and the Ralph Ofara Memorial Lecture. These are some of the avenues in which we tend to use to carry out our advocacy campaign. The membership of the National Association of Sea Dogs is drawn from all facets of the community. And within us, we have almost every kind of professional you have in life. From those in government, to engineers, doctors, nurses, everyone is ably represented within the National Association of Sea Dogs. And one thing which is common among all of us is that everyone has signed up to a life of service. We are here to provide, use our talent, our resources, free of charge for our society. And I think that that is a wonderful thing, because at the core of what we do is to make our society a better place. Thank you very much. I hope that this is giving you a great insight into who we are. So as we set sail this morning, I ask that you sit down with attention, listen to the wonderful discourse, and go on. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Michael, even the president of our project. Very quickly, advocacy is at the core of the National Association of Sea Dogs. Society engagement, policies and programs that will transform society for the better, and intellectual discourse that will robustly manifest in change in
both individual attitude and the attitude of government is what we do. Humanitarian activities like the medical mission, the citizen summit, and interactions like this are at the core what the National Association of Civic does. So please, next time you hear about the National Association of Civic, you understand what we do. And also very quickly, you can learn more about us if you visit our website, www.nas-int.org, www.nas-int.org. That is the website of the association. So today I'm going to be the MC of this occasion together with Mr. Eden Hogan. Mr. Eden Hogan will also join me shortly to have this to run this occasion smoothly. This come to our house together for Mr. Eden Hogan. So we have a goodwill message from the DG of the National Orientation Agency. National Orientation Agency is a partner of this event. We all know that the National Orientation Agency is statutorily saddled with the responsibility of national orientation, as their name suggests. And when we talk about national unity, one of the effective vehicles that we can drive national unity with is national orientation. A change in national orientation, a change in citizen mindset, and a collective resolve to ensure that we unite ourselves together. Representing the DG of NOA is Mr. Patrick. Mr. Patrick, please, can you stand up for recognition? Thank you very much. I want to start out together for him. Come forward to deliver the goodwill message from the DG of the National Orientation Agency. Thank you. Well, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, while trying to start with the protocol, let me recognize the presence of Sheikh. Sheikh has always been our partner. We are glad he's here today too. I also want to recognize Councilor Prodo from his youth and standing working together. Welcome, sir. And also Mahmoud. Welcome, sir. We appreciate your presence. So, and NLB and Barracuda GFTC. So, I bring you book tidings from the National Orientation Agency as I represent my boss, Dr. Garba. So, this is a good message for my boss to send the book tidings to this event. So, the good message by Dr. Garba, the National Orientation Agency, on the occasion of the Feast of Barracuda, organized by the National Association of Civic. The topic, National Reconciliation and Unity, Imperative for Collective Action, holding at the merit of our own. I extend my warmest greetings and heartfelt goodwill to all present and to the momentous occasion of the Feast of Barracuda, organized by the National Association of Civic. It gives me great pleasure to join you all to discuss the crucial theme of national reconciliation and unity, imperative for collective action. This year's theme, the national reconciliation and unity, imperative for collective action, is a timely one. Given the current challenges facing our nation, as we all know, Nigeria is a country with a rich history of diversity. However, our diversity has also been a source of division and conflict. As we gather here today, I am filled with a sense of hope and optimism for the future of our nation. The national reconciliation and unity have long been essential pillars in fostering sustainable peace, prosperity, and development within our great country. It is only through collective action and the shared commitment to this principle that we can truly thrive as a united and progressive nation. In recent times,
we have witnessed various challenges that tested our unity as a people. These challenges have highlighted the urgency of embracing reconciliation and understanding as the bedrock of our full existence. Today, we stand at a pivotal moment in history where we must collectively rise above our differences, either regional, cultural, or political, and work hand in hand to build a stronger, more cohesive Nigeria. The Feast of Barracuda offers a unique opportunity for diverse minds to come together, engage in meaningful dialogue, and seek common ground. It is through such gathering that we can forge stronger bonds, divide, and create atmosphere of inclusivity where every Nigerian feels a sense of belonging and pride in shared identity. I commend the National Association of Civic for taking the initiative to organize this gathering. It demonstrates your commitment to promoting national unity and reconciliation. Your dedication to this noble cause serves as an inspiration to all citizens and encourages us to reevaluate our role as catalysts for positive change. The National Association of CEDAW has a long and distinguished history of promoting national unity and reconciliation through various activities that help to build bridges between different communities and to foster sense of shared identity. I am confident that you will continue to play a leading role in promoting national reconciliation and unity in Nigeria. I urge you to use this year's Feast of Barracuda to reaffirm your commitment to these important goals. As we partake in the festivities and engage in meaningful discussion, let us remember that unity does not mean uniformity. Our diversity is one of our greatest strengths, and it is through our differences that we can truly understand and appreciate the richness of our nation. Together, let us increase dialogue, empathy, and tolerance as we work towards a harmonious and united Nigeria. In conclusion, I urge each and every one of you to seize this opportunity to foster genuine connections and friendship with fellow attendees. Let us commit ourselves to the principles of national reconciliation and unity, not just during this celebration, but in our daily lives and interactions with others. May the Feast of Barracuda serve as a catalyst for positive change and may its ripple effect resonate throughout our nation, strengthening the bonds that unite us all. Thank you, and may we collectively build a prosperous and united Nigeria. Sincerely, Dr. Galvada, Director General, National Prevention Agency. Thank you very much. Another round of applause to the representative of the Director General of NOA. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our keynote speaker, guest speaker, all a special invitee. It's our privilege to welcome you again to this event. And we are already on item, or we've gone far on our program. And to take us further, it is time to recognize again and introduce our keynote speaker. Like our keynote speaker, the stand to please be on standing for recognition and come up here to the platform. A round of applause for our keynote speaker, Mr. Barracuda. Many of you, I'm very sure all of Nigeria recognize Mr. Barracuda following the general election that had just been concluded. It was a daily friend on our television set, enlightening us about everything you need to know about the elections, and he contributed massively for towards the process of the election. Let me get your indulgence to say to standing, read your citation. Okay, keynote speaker, I'm sure he wants to just go into the keynote paper without any further delay. But I'm very sure everyone in this group knows very well, and I'm honored to present this introduction to deliver the keynote address. Very good morning. First, let me start by expressing for inviting me to contribute to a very topical. So thank you for that. Let me also recognize that this event changed to honorable Alex, also to DG of NOA, who's ably represented here. I would like to say more as part of my introduction. The first is I will look at what is the current state of play around the discussion on national unity and reconciliation. I will then highlight what I consider the principles that should regulate or inform any conversation around national unity, if indeed we are prepared to national reconciliation and national unity. From there, I will pose some critical questions that I think our discussant, can answer, because I have not come with answers. I have come with more questions, and I hope that our discussant, and esteemed guest speaker, can perhaps respond to or provide answers to those questions. And maybe from the audience and the constitution, we can also extract some response. And lastly, talk about the whole concept of collective action and where we need to be as a country. I'm not informed the amount of time that I have, but I will try to stick to these 4 key issues within 20 minutes, and even less than that. So, with respect to the background, now it's important that we're having this conversation. We're having this conversation against the fact of an election, general election, transitional election, that seems to have created polarization within our country. And I want to believe that this particular lecture or this particular event is situated within the context of a very acrimonious election that we just had, and one that has further taken implications in our country. And so, ours is a country of many nations. We are one country and many nations. We hear phrases and words like we've got the John nation, Gala nation, Igbo nation, and there are several nations. Why? Because in the goodwill message, we are reminded that we are a diverse country, a country that is established on 2 parts. The first part is the regional part. The second is the ethnic part. These are two agreements upon which our country was established, it was built, and it's one of the fundamental basis of our nation. That's background number one. Background number two is that there are deeply entrenched inequalities, structural inequalities, that fan the embers of discord as well as divisions in our society. And if we're serious and committed to national reconciliation, it is important to look at those structural inequalities that exist within our system. And one of them is how power is shared and how power is distributed. The second is how we distribute wealth and how we distribute prosperity. Because as you can see, that within our own context, there are several inequalities. Politicians will say, oh, there's a particular region that has more states than some regions. And so there's need, to create additional states. So there's some level of equality. Some will say that you've got structural inequality to the extent that there are some states in the country that have higher number of representatives in the National Assembly. And so it will be difficult to actually push certain reforms because there's a category of states that have more members and more representatives in the National Assembly. And we see that play out during constitutional review. And these are inequalities that we can't gloss over. We've got to have conversations about them. The third sort of reality that I found is that Nigeria is not alone in this discussion around national unity and reconciliation. And if you look across Africa, several nations are grappling, with this discussion about diversity management, with this discussion about how do you foster national unity, how do you build and establish political settlements that address these inequalities. Because at the end of the day, every human being desires happiness and prosperity. And so if they are members of a nation state, if they are members of a community called Nigeria, then they want to see changes and transformation in their lives. And the big question that we ask today as a country is, what is in it for me as a Nigerian? Why should I identify with the Nigerian state when the state is unable to build mutually constructive relationships between itself and society? And so those are the fundamental issues that we actually grapple with when you look at the background and the context. Because what this has done, it has created a class of people who are called sacred cows. And then those who are below the pyramid do not have rights and cannot complete justice. So when we talk about national reconciliation, when we talk about national unity, it isn't just about the fact that we are diverse. It's about the fact that we are a country that is established on certain paths. And if you deviate from those agreements, you're definitely going to get pushback. And so the big question is, we need to come back to that decision-making table to say, how have we fostered, how have we delayed marginalization, exclusion, as well as social injustice? So that's the background. Now, what are the principles? Because when you say national reconciliation, for accountants, what reconciliation simply means is a process of looking through your books, ensuring both your credits, your debits, it's balanced, ensuring that your inputs and your outputs are equilibrium, or even if they're not, when you have an understanding.
we're reflecting about national station. There are certain fundamental principles that must guide this conversation. The first one is the whole concept of justice. That any national conversation or national conversation that doesn't foster justice will not be or will not achieve anything. Because there are certain prejudices that shape our politics, they shape our economy, they shape our livelihoods as a people. And those are deeply rooted in certain conceptions and notions of what people think about the structure of power and how Nigeria is. And we've got to speak that national reconciliation must foster justice. Because there are people who feel marginalized, there are people who feel they have been victims of what? Of oppression. And so they want justice. So national reconciliation and unity must be anchored on justice. The second is trust. If there's one challenge we have in our country today, is the absence of trust. We don't trust our political establishment, our leaders, for very obvious reasons. Leaders don't trust states. We don't trust our religious and our traditional rulers. We don't even trust ourselves as a people. And so we can't talk about national reconciliation if we don't trust each other. And so we've got to rethink our own concept of who we are and what the other person actually means to us. So trust is critical to this discussion around national reconciliation and national unity. The third is mutual respect. Mutual respect. I don't know. And perhaps what I try to do is to refrain from controversial. I'm struggling as I prepare for this meeting to refrain from controversial topics and to refrain from controversial examples. And so I'll leave you to decipher the import of the message that I try to convey. No, I have to struggle. A few days ago, there was uproar on social media over a particular video. I'm sure you know the video. I know there are several videos these days. But a prominent Nigerian musician posted a music video about, well, Sheikh, you're the one who called his name. But we know what we're saying. Now, there were several, you just need to follow the conversation. And you can draw your conclusions about the state of the nation and the politics. And it boils down to this whole concept of mutual respect. I am a Christian. You've got to respect my choice, not religion. You are a Muslim. I have a duty to also respect, your choice and respect what your tradition or your religion actually portrays. But I tell you, across different nations of the world, so long as you consider yourself a secular state, you must create room for everybody. You must create room for everybody. And it's actually tough. This thing about balancing religion, religious interest is a tough one. Especially for a country that is as pluralistic, as ours. So respect is critical. I think one of them is simple. It's about equality. There are Nigerians today who feel that there are some Nigerians who are higher than they are as a people. There's Nigerians who feel that there's a section of Nigeria that is more important than another section. And if you want to check, you just need to look across recruitments, across appointments. Now, you feel that for a particular section of the country, that feels marginalized. You know, you don't think that they should speak out. And this is one of the biggest criticisms I have about President Buhari. That with profound respect to the president, I thought that he didn't do this country with any good in how he managed our diversity. He didn't. Because the first statement he made, when he went to the US after his election, and he was talking about, about the segment of the country or the region that gave him less number of votes, and that you don't expect him to treat them equally. And I thought that as a president who symbolizes a country, who should advance national gain and reconciliation post an election, that shouldn't be the rhetoric. Whether a section of the country votes for you or not, you have a duty to ensure that you give everyone a sense of belonging. And this is why I'm quite impressed with what the current president has done with respect to his appointments. You can see there's a recognition that there needs to be diverse.
Okay. Yeah. You can see from his appointments and also from his rhetoric. Although, first one is better. Yeah.
Thank you. So it's really crucial that these issues around equality needs to be taken seriously. I could add equity as also one principle, because equality and equity are completely different. Because equality simply means that we are all equal. Equity simply means we recognize that we have diverse circumstances, we come from diverse backgrounds, but we should ensure that resources are allocated in a manner that gives everyone an opportunity to achieve equal outcomes, regardless of your background and your context. So I have dealt with two dimensions of the conversation that I talked about, the whole principles. Now, let me go to critical questions that I hope that the panel can respond to. The first one is, we are still struggling as a country with the question of our national myth, our national identity. That who are we? Who are we as a country? Who are we as a country? And I think the biggest challenge for us is, how do we redefine a national purpose that will act as a tool of mobilization of citizens to advance our prosperity? Because it's the biggest thing. Yes, we are one country, many nations. How do we forge a national purpose that becomes a driving philosophy for every Nigerian? Because there are people, and why you can't actually blame them, who see themselves first as members of a particular ethnic group before they are Nigerians. And that's something we want to reverse. So the big question is, what's our national myth? What's that thing that defines us as a people? The second tied to this is, should our national purpose be rooted in ethnicity, or it should be rooted in equality? Because there's a tension, between these two. If you look at America, as diverse as it is, the issues around equality are very critical. The whole concept of America and American exceptionalism is built around equality. And that's why, if one citizen, is deprived or denied of its right, the whole country rallies around that particular citizen. In our own context, except when, for some few cases, you are on your own. Sadly so. The third, and tied to this question, is, as we think about our national purpose, what should be the glue that puts society together? What's that glue? Because what we saw prior to the election is a renegotiation of the social compact. And you could see that politicians took decisions based on political expediency without regard to certain, sentiments within the country. And I say this mindful of the fact that if we don't build bonds across the bank, there's no way this country will make progress. Because our progress is actually tied to how united we are as a country. If you think one region is going to be prosperous than the other region because the region is able to secure itself, sorry, it's not the case. There were times in this country, not just recently, where people considered the Boko Haram insurgency as a matter for the Northeast. And when people die in the Northeast, we don't feel connected because the Northeast is the Northeast problem. A few years later, the Northwest also responded with its own problem. Within the same time, the Southeast also had its own issue. And tell me which part of the country does not experience one form of insecurity? Every part of the country. And so these are critical issues that I think we really need to ponder on. And the fourth, and perhaps the last, is what will be our own notion of justice? What points do we need to get to that everyone will feel that they've accessed, they've felt justice? These are very tough questions that I hope that as a nation we will continue to reflect. But as I conclude, and we talk about the imperative of collective action, it goes without saying that we need collective action. Everyone needs to be on the table. But it starts with us as individuals. And I say this, to be honest, the real people who should be having discussions about national unity and reconciliation are the politicians. Because they are the ones who have now structured our politics and have exploited these fault lines just to secure political power. But shared values, shared purpose, and shared vision is what we need to actually collectively advance the cause of national reconciliation or national unity. If we don't have shared values, if we don't have shared purpose, and we don't have shared vision, there's no way national reconciliation will be achieved. The second is we need to dislodge certain prejudices that we have about each other. There are several prejudices we have about each other, and we know them because we experience these things. You are profiled just by the way you look, by the way you dress. There are prejudices. In fact, one that's actually interesting is the fact that in this country today, you don't need to know who the president, you don't need to know the ethnic, extraction of the president. All you need to do is to look at how the middle class, and sometimes even the lower class, begin to dress as soon as a new president is in office. Just watch. A lot of people will start wearing a particular kind of hat that is associated with the southwestern part of the country. Am I right? When the President Jonathan was in office, most of the hats that were making, that we're wearing were mainly the Niger Delta hats. When Buhari came, started wearing the lap. Now we have, I see a guy touching his own. But it simply tells you because we are social beings, right? And we're interacting with society. The third is our politicians need to be careful with the kinds of statements that they make. There's a particular former governor who made a reckless, very reckless statement. And after making that statement, to the best of my knowledge, the states didn't respond. The states didn't respond. There was no word of caution. There was no arrest that was made. No. What if an ordinary Nigerian or a cleric makes a statement that does not sit well with the political class, we go after it. At least we know the story. But that video trended. But the state never responded. You can't have national reconciliation. It's the mindset of some people who are in the reins of power. Just that. Because the sincerity of purpose will always be questioned. And that's why I talk about trust. Who are you having this conversation with when you talk about national reconciliation? Where? What's even their own sincerity of purpose? And the last for me is that our traditional institutions and our religious bodies have a beautiful role to play around socializing people for mutual respect and mutual coexistence. I think there's a lot of burden that is placed on these institutions to see how the dignity of the human person, is respected, regardless of their religious, regardless of their ethnic extraction. Until we get to that point where the human life actually matters, I don't think we're going to make any progress. Because so long as we see the other person as an animal, so long as we see the other person as a worthless being whose life can be taken without any repercussion, then we're not going to make any progress. I hope that this brief keynote has been provocative enough, because for conversations of this nature, you've got to be provocative. And we have to tell ourselves the gospel truth if we want to make progress. Now, this is not a time for political correctness. We've got to tell ourselves the truth, because everyone is committed and passionate about this country. But I say this, there's no one who is more passionate than those of you who are here. And as my parting words, please don't let politicians make you think you're not patriotic when you ask them accountability questions. They owe us, because we employ them, whether you vote for them or you don't vote for them. But so long as this is our country, we all have a duty to ensure that we make progress and prosperity at any rate. Once again, thank you very much. And I really appreciate this opportunity to share. Thank you.
Another round of applause for our keynote speaker, Mr. Todo, and just to say very big thank you to our keynote speaker. He has done justice to the theme for our event today, and I'm sure many of you, all of you, have thoroughly enjoyed this thought-provoking presentation by our keynote speaker. There's one thing I like about our keynote speaker is simplicity and the way he breaks down things that seem to be big and ambiguous. Just casting your mind back to the TV series we held throughout the election season, 101 of our elections. I think on this occasion, Mr. Keynote has given us the work on national reconciliation and unity. So please, if you like another round of applause. Just before we sort of try to engage deeper and further with the presentation from our keynote speaker, I would like to do a few more introductions just to get us all versed with the distinguished people that we have here in our meeting today. First, I want to recognize and welcome one of our speakers and indeed our discussant for this event. She is no other person than FOB. FOB, you're welcome. You're welcome. FOB is the country director of ActionAid Nigeria. ActionAid Nigeria, and indeed, I think all the country directors from Dr. Army to Dr. Otide to Dr. Hussein have all been on our platform. I think it is really important that we give ActionAid a very big round of applause. I'm sure many of you remember Dr. Hussein. He was on one of our FOB, and of course, you all know Dr. Sabani. So I want to also further make some other introductions. Please permit me to especially recognize this gentleman and he's going to be obstacle to show himself for recognition. He is Mr. John K. Mr. John K. This is your welcome, sir. And that Mr. John K. He is the NAS High Priest. The NAS High Priest is the High Priest of the National Association of Civic. I'm sure Civic is now looking at in one the medical work at the international level of the National Association of Civic. All right. Please permit me to also welcome Dr. Joseph Oteri. Dr. Joseph Oteri, I saw him out there. He's a Dr. Oteri is also one of the senior leaders of the National Association of Civic, having elsewhere at the national level. In the same way, we join me to welcome Mr. Frank Okafor. Mr. Frank Okafor, you're welcome. Mr. Frank Okafor has stepped officially in the National Association of Civic, and very especially, I want to welcome this gentleman. And just before I introduce him, I want to give you a picture of who he is. So the National Association of Civic have different levels. We have the state level, we have the area level, and then we have the national level. The state is the unit, the primary unit for the association, like what we have here in Abuja City. And then they are other area, they are being supervised by the area level of leadership. We need to welcome the area head. The area head, area head, he is not a person than Onyebuchi. He is Mr. Onyebuchi. Thank you, sir, for coming. We also have several other very senior leaders of the National Association of Civic. At the appropriate time, I will recognize and introduce them to you. So let's move back into the presentation by our keynote speaker. And you all the background that was presented by the family children. I intended the picture for the basis of our national unity and nation state. And we put forward so many questions, and I'm sure our moderator who will sort of help us engage deeper with this presentation, I've taken note of some of the very thought-provoking questions that Mr. Tolo put, forward during his presentation. And then one of the questions that is on top of my mind right now is the need for our identity, as a nation. What is it for us? What sort of motivates us to identify ourselves as a people? And he went on and on. He painted the picture around reconciliation. What is reconciliation? And gave us the example of how the accountants do reconciliation. And it was clear that as far as reconciliation is concerned, it's about how we balance different interests, different dynamics, and how this impacts on our political economy. I think at the appropriate time, the discussants and all the other speakers will reflect more on this concept. We went on to ask a question or to provoke our thoughts around who we are as a nation, who we are, and where should our national identity be placed in the position of how should we define it. And then he went to the issues around our national purpose as a nation, what are our values, our vision, and what should you or hold the nation together. So I think there's so much meat to take out from that presentation, and Mr. Tolo is seated, and at some point he will throw more light on that presentation. So let me move on now to the next part of the discussion. Permit me to welcome to the platform our guest speaker, Sheikh Mohammed Noor Hadid. Sheikh Mohammed is former Islamic Research and Dawah Foundation. You're welcome, Sheikh. Welcome. This is a round of applause, and we will Sheikh another round of applause. And I'm impressed to know that Sheikh has been a constant partner with the National Association of Civic. And before I hand over to Sheikh, please remember that this year's event is held in collaboration with the National Orientation Agency. You're very welcome, Sheikh, and please, you have the platform. A round of applause for our guest speaker.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and permit me to start on the established protocol. My job is being eased by my friends who gave the keynote address, and he highlighted most of the things that I must focus on. Yeah, Nigeria was more divided across ethno-religious border than it was before the last election. And as citizens and critical stakeholders, we all have a strong role to play in restoration the lost glory. I know all of you are aware of what I'm talking about if I say the lost glory of Nigeria. I'm talking about the former Nigeria, when all citizens are proud of, when everybody is enjoying the security and development in the country. Indeed, it is part of our civic duty to show our practical commitment in promoting the ideology of peace process, peace building, and peacekeeping, using reconciliation as a way to promote unity and propagating for a united, peaceful Nigeria. I call it a civic duty because I don't want to believe that my civic duty as a citizen is to go out and vote alone. This is what many Nigerians are thinking about, that yes, it is my civic duty to vote. What about to hold the politicians accountable? Is it not my civil duty? Is it not my civil duty to look for a transparent system of government? Is it not my civil duty to search for information about what is going on in my country? Is it not my civil duty to call for united, peaceful Nigeria? In this timely and yet very vital gathering, I would love to start this little contribution with sincere appreciation and profound thanks to the National Association of Sea Dogs for giving me this gracious opportunity to stand before you in this August gathering to share my view about national reconciliation and unity, the imperative for collective action. In the course of the keynote address, there is something about definition of reconciliation. But let me explain further by saying that according to the Cambridge English Dictionary, reconciliation is a situation in which two people or groups of people become friendly again after they have argued, or the process of making two opposite beliefs, ideas, or situations agree. Considering this definition, therefore, among the things commonly described as reconciled are ideas, narratives, persons, groups, and God. Our main concern, however, in this presentation is national persons, groups, and divine human relationship, which is linked in theology to the notion of salvation. I want to say that we have to also, as religious people, reconcile with God. For us to have a divine and spiritual intervention. But how can we reconcile the two? I mean, reconciliation with the Almighty and reconciling Nigerians. That is what I will focus in, inshallah. Therefore, our main concern, however, in this presentation is national persons, groups, and divine human relationship, which is linked in theology to the notion of salvation. Thus, our discussion this morning concentrates on reconciliation as mechanism of treatment of moral and political issues that arise in the aftermath of mistrust, wrongdoing, injustice, and conflict between different ethnic, faith, and political groups in Nigeria. Yes, why we are having conflicts, why we must reconcile is because there was and there is a lot of injustice, inequity, and inequality in the society. And we must look at a way of reconciling ourselves so that we will now move forward. Reconciliation in this regard refers to both process, goal, and outcome. We are not going to only discuss reconciliation as an abstract, but we are going to look at it from 3 dimensions. The process of reconciliation, the goal that we want to achieve, and we also have to look at the outcome, the result. Now, it is also important to understand as an outcome, we must, as a matter of urgency, improve in the relations among Nigerians and remove that mistrust that resulted from inequity and inequality. We must remove that mistrust. The first speaker rightly said, there is mistrust between citizens, between this region and that region, between this tribe and that tribe, between this class and that class, especially between the government and the people, between the politicians and the masses. We must remove that mistrust. We have to do something to remove that mistrust, but we can't do it if we don't create equity and justice. If there is equity and justice in 2 things, we are going to reconcile. In reward and in punishment. If we cannot promote equity in reward, if we cannot promote justice in punishment, then reconciliation is not possible. Therefore, we must try and remove that inequity, injustice, and abuse of value. Abuse of value is one of the reasons why we are in conflict. We must start respecting our core value. Why? Because it is no more a news in Nigeria that Nigeria is facing a strong challenge which requires our commitment and sacrifice as citizens. The present situation in Nigeria requires 2 things from us. 1, commitment. 2, sacrifice. What kind of commitment? What type of sacrifice? I know that is what is in your mind. All right? It is right to say that the commitment required is being committed to unity, harmony, peace, and progress. I think this is in line with our national anthem. You look at the national anthem, go through it, the first and the second stanza, you will find the important words are unity, progress, peace, harmony. What are the important things that we are playing with now? While the required sacrifice is the lead of negative emotion, greed, egocentric attitude, and negative behavior. If we can delete all this, if we can deal with our negative emotions, if we can remove greed from our minds, people want to acquire wealth that their local government can never consume. One person will loot this country amount that the whole of his local government will never consume. He will loot it, and at the end of the day, looking for where to hide it. If we don't delete this kind of greed, how can we reconcile? How can you think that the thief and the owner will reconcile? What is the method of reconciliation between the thief and the owner? It's for the thief to stop stealing, right? Now, we have to delete our egocentric attitudes and negative behavior. This is very important because for us to be counted as reconciled, there must be better future relations resulting from having satisfactorily dealt with the injury of the past that was resulted from social imbalance, political injustice, economic inequality, and citizens' mistrust. These are the problems. These are the injuries that we had, and we are still having. If we can treat these injuries of social imbalance, if there is balance in our social life, that is what people are saying, that some part of the country is feeling that it's more important than the other part. Or some tribe of the country are feeling that they are more important than others. So until we become equal in the face of national issues, be it a duty or a right, be it a sacrifice or a reward, if we are equal, people are asking us to be equal in sacrifices for Nigeria, but they don't want us to be equal in rewards, in enjoying Nigeria. If it is sacrifice, you will see them telling us that we all have to sacrifice for Nigeria. Yes, this is a plain truth. But what about if it is reward? If it is enjoying from the national, so-called national gain? Is it meant for some specific people? Is it meant for some specific tribe? Is it sectional activity? We have to readdress all these kind of things. That is how to deal with imbalance, social imbalance, and political injustice. It is part of political injustice to zone a position based on geographical location for tribal. We cannot unite our country in this way. If America will provide two presidents in a short gap from one family, the Bush, the big Bush and the small Bush. Am I right? If they can do that, then how dare will you tell me that it is our turn? It is our zone. Not we have the quality not that we can present somebody that can deliver. We are not saying that we can deliver, but we are saying it is our zone, it is our turn. Not that we can deliver. Not that we qualify. That is how to change Nigeria. If we can change all this political injustice, economic inequality. You know, in Nigeria today, there is no middle class. There is no more middle class. It is either you are there or with us. Thank you very much. So there is economic inequality and citizens' mistrust. When there is injustice, there will be mistrust. For instance, if you sit down, if you sat down beside me in a moment and you lost your cool, the next time you come to see that, you find me there, will you sit down there? No, because you did not trust me. And you have any reason not to trust me, right? But I didn't mean you sat beside me, and when you are going out, I call your attention that you have left your $100,000 there, and you picked it. Tomorrow, if you see me, what will be the next? You will invite me to sit close to you. You trust me, right? So if you want me to trust you, you have to do something about it. You have to be good enough to be trusted. So we as Nigerians have to be good enough to be trusted by each of us. It is a collective responsibility to be good enough to be trusted. That is how to deal with the mistrust. By doing so, we can plan for an outcome of reconciliation that is oriented towards a future marked by peaceful and just relations. This is quite possible if the process of our reconciliation are typically oriented towards dealing with the bad feelings, suspicions, or harms that were created by our immoral behavior. Unethic profession and substandard institutions and social injustice of the past. If we want to reconcile Nigerians and become united people, we have to deal with the bad feelings. Many Nigerians now, if they see somebody, they will feel bad. Maybe at the first instant, they will feel comfortable with him. But after a little while, when it was revealed to them that he belongs to so-so tribe, that is the situation on ground. It is real that when you are comfortable with somebody, and later they told you he is Fulani, you may feel not comfortable with him. True or false? True. Why is it that? We have to change that narrative. Perhaps the person supposed to start working towards changing that narrative is the Fulani themselves. Am I right? Am I? So we have to start building how to trust one another. So now, that kind of mistrust is because there is injustice and bad feelings, suspicions, and harms. There are a lot of harms in our utterances, in our behaviors. If you follow my Facebook, you will see most of the attacks I pass is from my people. When I say don't call a Christian army, I will be attacked. Why did I take that stand? It's because I took that stand because people don't feel comfortable to call them Adnan. And why should you prefer to call them the name they don't want? That is a problem. So we have to change that to reconcile that harm. It was created by our immoral behavior and unethical profession. We have professions, but are they guided by ethics? Our professions now, are they guided by ethics? That is a problem. And we also have to, wow, I didn't ask you how many minutes I have. That's why I started it in that way. Okay, we have many lessons to learn in the world. We have the TRC of South Africa, Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Why can't we do something like that in Nigeria? And there are many examples to be given, only that I don't have enough time. Now, we also need institutional change. Our institutions are not working. Name any institution in Nigeria. Start with the nearest institution to family institution. It's not working. Look at the police institution. In Abuja, you can see a police with a very big stick in this era. In Abuja, the heart of Africa, you find a police carrying a big stick. Either you stop or he break your windscreen. What is that? Institutional collapse. Our institutions are collapsing, and that is why we have to reform them if we want to change, we want to reconcile. And also we have to change the existing stereotype beliefs. We have a kind of stereotype beliefs. You go to some part of this country, because you are from the other part of the country, they will consider you a thief because you are from that area. And if someone goes to the other side, they will consider him a killer or something of that nature, of that notion. So it is kind of things that we have to change. We also have to be more committed to virtue, value, and moral upright by adopting or resuming positive emotions and attitudes. Mutual respect. We have to respect one another. Because respect is a two-way traffic. What goes counts. You respect me, I respect you. But you can't expect me to respect you while I'm receiving disrespect from you. It has to be both ways. And look at our country today. Do the people of this section, geographical section, respect the other geographical section habitants? No, there is disrespect. And we must start respecting one another. And that is where the issue of what he said, one identity is important. In as much as you are a Nigerian, you are respected unless you prove otherwise by all Nigerians. By all Nigerians, you must receive that respect. Mutual love. Do we love ourselves as Nigerians? That is the problem. We have to reconcile ourselves, start loving one another, start respecting one another, trusting one another, and helping one another. Our political institutions must be reformed. The truth of the matter is, if we want to reconcile Nigerians, we must also change or reform our political institutions. Because our politicians are trying to prove that they are the problem of this country. Because during the campaign, during their campaign, instead of them to campaign on issue-based campaign, they will start telling us that we are Muslims or Christians. We are Hausas and Fulanis. We are Igbos and Yorubas. And I always say that that is not our problem. Because if you look at the history of Nigeria, especially in terms of religion, half of the leaders of this country that led the country are Muslims, and half of them are Christians. True or false? I didn't hear you. Okay. If it is glory, they are going to share together. And if it is otherwise, they must share it together. They are the ones who spoil Nigeria. We can't say it is only the Christian leaders that led Nigeria before that spoil Nigeria. And we can equally say only the Christian leaders that led Nigeria that spoil Nigeria. We have to share the blame to all of us. Even we, the masses, we have a role to play. And that is where the need of collective responsibility is, there. Yes. We have to stop using religion and ethnicity instead of ideas in our campaign, in our political submission. We have to start using issues that are relevant to us, to our lives. We have common enemy to fight. We have what? Common enemy to fight. Insecurity, poverty, bad healthcare delivery, lack of education, ignorance, and what have you. Whole enemy. These things have no religion. Insecurity has no religion. Poverty has no religion. Sickness has no religion. Then let's focus on this common enemy and fight it. We have common good to share. We have common good to share. Good governance, improvement, development, all are common goods that we need to share. And that is why we must try to come together and fight socio-economic and political instability in our country. Although we have stable elections or public stable democracy, so to say, we don't want what detail to happen to us. We are not praying for that. But we urge our politicians not to create a scenario that will warrant that. Let them do the needful. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala help us. Now, finally, reconciling You permit me? Okay. Reconciling with the Almighty. I don't have enough time, but as Christian, I will refer you to Matthew chapter 6, verse 23, 20. If you are giving alms and you find that there is a problem between you and your brother, what did the Bible say? Leave that alms, go and reconcile with your brother. All right? So I'm going to stop here. The Muslims will take their own. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Another round of applause. Let's speak Mohammed Khalid. Please join us, join Martin here on the platform. Thank you very much. Another round of applause. The presentation of Bashir is so helpful and inspiring that we continue on and on for the one time. So, Jay, we really appreciate your input to this conversation, and it will be ongoing after now. So, I want to take this opportunity to make a few more recognition. Few more people are here that need to be recognized, and I want to especially recognize some of the past leaders of the Sahara Data. Please join me to give Mr. Obina a round of applause. Thank you very much. This is a great opinion. This is a great opinion. This is also a part of the at this point, I want to mention the competition properly. And without in the platform, one of our speakers discussant, the country director of Barracuda, it's also the convener of this civil society she's been an activist of non-marriage, and she has taken to speak the forefront of ensuring the government and the fight against poverty in Nigeria. Welcome. I would like to introduce some more people. Please help me to welcome Mr. Emmanuel Aguirre. This is example recognition time. Emmanuel is Aguirre, who is the composer of our sister day, also within the institute. We have a host of people representing different institutions here. It might be interesting to know that this occasion of a public lecture, the Feast of Barracuda, usually have quite a broad range of interests. So in our midst, we have invited the leadership of the National Assembly. If anybody is representing that institution, please indicate to the author so that you will be recognized. We also have a representative of the EFCC, Earlier on, I was informed that the Office of the Director General of the Agency will be represented, but that will be very discreet. So please, the Secretary of the House, indicating one of our authors and the recommendation. Also, we have invited the Office of the Inspector General of Police. So if anybody is here from there, please indicate to our ushers so that we will recognize you in due course. Please permit me to recognize my please permit me to welcome Hajia Jamila. Hajia Jamila, you're welcome, you're very welcome. And next to our people, we need to bring a few more people up here to the platform. Let's start with our moderator. Our moderator for today is Stanley Bantu. Stanley Bantu, sorry. Stanley Bantu, please. If you are studying and please come up to the platform. And we have a microphone for Stanley Bantu. Stanley Bantu is on our way. Welcome, sir. Also, we have Juliet Tyler Esquire. So we have Juliet here with us. Okay. I always say that I am just a Christian. I do have my comment on the Mr. Howard is you do as well to introduce the other members of the panel to come up. Thank you, Mr. Hogan. I'm sure we've been having a great day. This discussion has become very pivotal to the survival of this country. Discussions around national unity and collective action is a critical success factor to us remaining as a functional nation. We have nations that exist but are not functional. But for us to be a functional nation, we need national reconciliation and unity. And collectively, we must play our role. We must play our role. So to also in the discussion is after these are people whose intellectual ability to contain issues regulate across the country, across the continent, and across the world. It's a challenge of intellectual. Very quickly, I want to introduce the moderator of this event so that we can understand where we are coming from and where we are going. As I have my reference is that is a television and radio producer. The broadcasters and presenter modern drive in 2015 is represented as a media communication the University Professional Alliance, as a Catholic and Catholic artist, the media, which has for the 3 years. In addition, on channel television, AFC, TV, and NTA, is also media and in the establishment of including We FM, media, Citizen FM, AFP, 14 TV radio. And its company, and the marketing company for FOS. And 7 others. And execute successful platform and promoting. We can see how to bring to this event today. We can communicate somebody who can do
I request in terms of media engagement. He will promote this panel conversation, and we hope at the end of the day, the participation of the LDS will also be active. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We want to invite anybody to give a very quick reflection before we get into the discussion. Anybody contributing or actually
thank you very much. The guest speaker, the keynote address speaker, fellow colleagues on this side, fellow compatriots. I want to say a big thank you for to the National Commission of Leaders for inviting me, especially Morgan, because I made a promise that I'll be here. I don't know how I made it, but I was somewhere very far away, late at 5 p.m. last night, and I had to make a 4-hour journey to ensure that I'll be here. So it's a great pleasure to be here this morning, and I want to say congratulations on this day and to encourage fellow citizens to set up discussions on the issues of national unity. That is a sign of big hope for me. It's a sign of big hope because many citizens, because of some disappointment, do not want to talk, but you sit in your room and you're frustrated, you feel humiliated, we feel a lot of betrayal and so on, but you cannot keep sitting inside because there must be hope. I think the area to begin is to know you are a stakeholder. You are a stakeholder as a Nigerian. You are a Nigerian. You may claim other tribes, but home is home, I can tell you. I think I have traveled wide enough to know why my country is one of the best countries of the world. I have every reason to believe that, and I believe that, and that's where I started standing. And so when you are looking at the issues of national unity, the first is to look at issues of the continent. I'm happy that I have some schoolmates here. Mahmoud was my schoolmate in the university, where activists are on the streets together during the structural adjustment program and all of that. So it's not late. And so for us, the continent is total. And when you think of the continent, that there is a country Nigeria, it means you are not really. And I remember that very well, because when Chima was dying, when Chima died, I said, and they said we should go to India. I said, hey, you think of India. I think it's only then that I started thinking of his name. Whether, oh, he's Igbo. The name is Igbo. But you would think of that guy as a Nigerian. And he came from every part of the country, not just from the southeast. And so for us growing up, we are not thinking of nationalism. We are not thinking of the continent any time. And I think what we're growing up to are not something that we have to deal with, because there are people who walk down that road. And many of the people in government today were giving scholarship from the fund of Nigerians to go to school. But when you have scholarship today, children of the rich will struggle and get that scholarship, and not that of the poor. And many of them were poor before. And so when you reflect, I'm happy that the Sheikh has mentioned that poverty in Nigeria, and we want to take 6 states plus without city. That's like the 7 states in Nigeria. We see the case of poverty. And we are having this discussion in reflection. But we get started. My cousin about 2 times a couple of days ago. And I'm like, you have to harass me. I'm doing something. I'm very, very busy. He said, we have no food. I have no food for my children. And this is one day, the following day I got, and so you are all going to like that. If we don't do something about the situation now, you will not only get caught, they'll come and get it from you. And so we know the youth population The Nigerian young population is about 62%. There is a huge volume of unemployment. So many graduates, they have nothing to do. Some people have graduated for 5 years. Some of you, your children or your sister's children, they don't have a job. Even your own children, they have no jobs. What that means is that you complete together. And those are school too, and they have no job. I worry about them because I feel they might drop the gun that in the future have to be held accountable. And so they're even asking me because they're asking and I try to send them little statements here and there. Please work my life. And so when we are talking of the topic, I'm happy that so far, I want to come back here. We see it every day. The politicians are thinking it. I think the shape was trying to say the politicians seem to be a problem, but the local holders that are a huge problem in Nigeria. The political class. The political class did not believe in primitive accumulation. And so you accumulate, you lose so much. You are a government, you finish working the country, and then you will talk to yourself. Source of money that will carry everything in the treasury before you need it. Money that you are not going to away. Not even 1 naira will use from this world. And not one building, the thing you are building, your children will not. They will not. So why are you punishing the earth by the things you do? You expect Nigeria as a country to be faithful, loyal, and honest. For those people who have not known, it's very committed. And so we have teachers today, like the shape also pointed out, poverty has no tribe, poverty has no language, poverty has no religion, poverty is poverty. And as we are discussing this now, more than 140 billion Nigerians are living below the poverty line. So the national association of Civic is doing today is recording each and every one of us. They are calling us to this meeting, and I'm happy that we have a team of people here that are going to discuss it. But first and foremost, I want to thank each and every one of you. Are you standing upright for Nigeria? Because for some of us, it's true. There are many people that are getting out of this world. What do you put in the world of everything that God has given you? Are you one of those that sitting in the meeting, saying yes, and you know the answer is no, and you get out of that? Another area that I didn't see come out in both the guest speaker and also the keynote speaker is the issue of women's empowerment. The issue of gender mainstreaming. As long as we're not taking our citizens alone, in terms of women representation, because we are telling the is a woman. I know it's a man, but men are also, if there's no food in the house, we'll say that and see my friend, or go somewhere, but women have no place to go. So the beginning of this security, the problems against women and girls that children taking out. What happens to the dignity of the African girl, of the African woman? And so, and then we forget that the past was real. I remember a politician referred to, apart from the not only by Nigerian passport, no Nigerian child is speaking from the north in my, and I saw that. No, I did not see Nigerians speaking from the north. So now, you don't drop the thing before Nigerian children are speaking from the north. I think that unity, if someone can use people, they can need to rise and hold people accountable. They will tell you what you think you want to hear. They will give you that you do. But I think it's about time that you do the truth. Hold them accountable. Hold yourself accountable, because before you point the finger, somebody is coming back to you. The corruption I'm talking about. Corruption with language. Isn't it? Because something they define that fact. About I don't know the people in Nigeria, the people in Nigeria, you see like a Christian or the Muslim. When we have people going to churches, we have people going to the mosque. In defining this, I think my message is that I want to leave you with you that each and every one of you need to stand up right. I'm the secretary. I'm a mother, I'm an auntie, I'm a grandmother, and I'm looking to stand. I will spend my prayer every day. Is God, please don't let people get me. In terms of influencing, something to me, because at the end of our life, I want to break heaven. Would you want to break heaven? Are you taking anything out of this life? And we are not living this world alive. Nobody is living this world alive. So let's account for ourselves. Let's build a nation. Let's draw them back. There's a lot of insanity in the system. The people are in sin. You can recall them because these ones are still moving around. When they know that they cannot make one naira, that the people you have faith, God is wanting you to use it for the good of the people, but you are not using it. I want to thank you.
Thank you very much, and there will be country director of Nigeria. Very big thank you to Jamal. And I'm allowed to round of the one of the sound bites I'm taking from her reflection is that we are all stakeholders. And indeed, the office of the citizen is as important as any other government office you might think about. So her reflection is a final call on all of us to wake up to our responsibility. Thank you very much again. So when we come up in the presentation, I want to present my unreserved apologies that all through the introductions and recognition, there was a slip to recognize the gentlemen of the press. And I know that we have quite a good representation from channels TV, from Trump, and other news media. So please, a round of applause for the gentlemen of the press. I will now invite the moderator, the Bentu, who was just reintroduced, to please join me here and oversee the conversation within the next 1 hour. He will be moderating the engagement and further section of the presentation that has been made here so far. Please, I want to and the Bentu.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here. There is something I usually like to do anytime I am attending an event. And it just struck me as I was sitting back here that this is probably the best platform and occasion to do it. Just to prepare us for the one conversation we're about to have. We're starting now, which is about 12:05, and hopefully by 1:05 we will be done. And this is part of that time. So just to get us in the mood for what we're about to do, ladies and gentlemen, can we please just quickly stand up, all of us? Thank you. If we can get through this really quick, that would be wonderful. Okay. As we stand up, can we just quickly greet one another, greet the nearest person to your left or to your right, but greet them in your indigenous language. Your indigenous language. Thank you so much. How does that feel? Good? Good. How many of us understood the languages that were being spoken to us? Okay, very few. But did you notice that in spite of the fact that we did not understand each other's languages, there was smiles all around the room, there was warmth and love all around the room. So our diversity is not a weakness, and do not trust anybody who tells you that it is. Maybe our weakness is in how we manage it. And so this is what we need to learn. Can I have one language that we can greet each other in? Can somebody volunteer their language? That's which language? Yoruba? Yoruba. And the answer is we need one to have the call and response. If we don't have one, I will volunteer my own language. Better. Okay, I come from Plateau State, Mango local government area. Somebody wanted to volunteer. Okay. No. No. Okay. But I will go with my own since it's less common. In my language, we say Teranga. That's how are you? And the response is say I'm good. So I will reach you, Teranga. Thank you very much. As we begin, our speaker, gave us a roadmap, and I will not veer away from that. Basically, he gave us 4 broad areas that we should look at. What is the current state of play in our national inter-ethnic relations? What are the principles we intend to apply? What are the critical questions we need to ask? And what is the concept of our collective action? So all of my questions will be revolved around that. The first question I have will go to Mr. Santo himself, and this has to do with the question of justice. We heard that word mentioned very often, and the values of our Nigerian society. In recent times, we tried to fight corruption, but one of the things that has helped corruption thrive, when somebody is arrested or investigated, very often we hear, "Oh, you are persecuting my tribe. If this person was not a Plateau man, you would not be arresting him. Why have you not arrested Hausa people or Fulani people?" And then when this individual is either released, we saw the case of the former Delta State governor, and then there's a big reception, even the former State governor. There's a big reception organized for them. And this, I think, when our young children and our youth see this, there is a confusion as to what the moral obligations are. And ethnicity is being used as a weapon or as a shield against corruption. What do you have to say about this, and what can we do to prevent it?
Okay, can I make a request? So I have spoken as the keynote speaker. I've taken about 25. I think there are other people who have spoken. So maybe I can give the mic to the one or two speakers.
We'll get the mic. Okay. Let's get the mic to Abdul Babu.
Right. Thank you for having me. First, let me give some flowers to some individuals as well. I first got a contract with Civic, National Security. I think it was 6 years ago, where some important Nigerians from the office of Amnesty. A few activists gathered all in an attempt to secure the independence of Amnesty International, also to protect. One association in terms of that day, and the National Party was the National Association of Seaports. I think okay was it. That's why I met you. You can have this man side. NLB and I come along 25 years this year. I respect who and what she has become, recognizing where we came from. 1988, 1989, where we constituted the oil subsidy protest from the University of York. And subsequently, the Anti-SARS protest. I want to give her flowers. I don't think in the history of the University of York we produced a female. And she has done marvelous things, supporting the Nigerian civil society together. amazing experience from people that will fought battles and death at the barricade so long years ago. And for being committed and steadfast to the struggle, I give you all my salutes and I continue to give you my respects. I first got to Gordon Sampson, was a young man, law faculty university of the when I set up the other as a Facebook, I was working right here from the London office. And we got what we have done for that program. And the marvelous visit during this last step of the election. We got there come from a place of courage. We institute the public space with three individuals who are considered roots, who are my friends, who were given the opportunity of managing elections in our country and the it highlights some of the problems we confront in our country. We train people to become activists in independent positions across Mexico. Look, I tell the truth. Professor Mahmoud was a nice activist. First of all, General Secretary of National Scrum Majority. A body had an opportunity of serving in 1991. And what he really was trying to the public space in management of elections in the country, not the move to what I describe as role and street. Now, something very fundamental points in this presentation. Very articulate in some of the profound points that we made. Perhaps I won't say one of my time because there are other speakers, but I will base my contribution around some of the fundamental positions that are and also problematize the positions that there's an area of judgment in our country when we talk about the nation state. Some of us consistently argue that Nigeria is not a nation state. Nigeria is not a nation state. So the historical error of judgment will take around responsibility, trying to promote national unity. And from that misinterpretation of the label to Nigeria. If you look at the literature on nation and nationality, and I will refer you to the work of a renowned scholar who has gone ahead now, he described the nation as an imagined political space or a political community that is homogeneous in character, either on the basis of religion or of culture. Ask yourself, do you have one religion in Nigeria? Do you have one culture? How can you not describe Nigeria as a nation? So there is an error of method, an error of misinterpretation. There's scholars like Stefan, these, that. Somebody who came out from the Kenyan war 10 years ago had a problem with their own. Back in state nations, they argue that when you have imagined political space around a vast mythology, as mythology, vast beliefs, where the boundaries of the state, the political boundary, is different from the cultural boundary. Can be described as a state nation. And we call Nigeria a state nation. We call Nigeria a state nation. We call Spain a state nation. And we call China a state nation. If you look at these countries I've mentioned, except Nigeria, there has been conscious step in managing diversity within its nation. One is the recognition of the fact that the local MBA actually activates itself to the level of responsibility of the state nation. And two, there is a recognition that the political boundaries of the state is different from the cultural boundaries. And from how different. If you want to ask where the two microethnic nations there's a local part of the I belong to the state nation. The state nation strives to protect my cultural identity and the cultural boundaries of the aftermath and the example. It takes no steps to inform the cultural identity of the country. But I'm in when Nigerians say, oh, why do you describe yourself as an African affairs? Or you are in Nigeria. No, when Nigeria was created in 1948, there was nothing like Nigeria. My ethnic identity existed in 1940. The creation of Nigeria is not a strong aftermath of the cycle identity. So if we keep the country correctly or working all the elements of our national reconciliation, we should not begin to look at how to better our country, how to build boundaries around the elements of our country, and also around the importance of God. It is not in the future of that since 1940, London at the beginning of the past now. Nigeria will show of when Nigeria fought the wars when we have all the processes that led to the constitutional conference of the Sahara. The last conference that we had in 1997, could not arrive at the recognition if Nigeria would have independence in 1960. Because Nigeria cannot be moved around in the national state. Nigeria is characterized of advanced abuse and culture. It's also important for us to lead the country around the social culture that we have now. Our national representation is put around first the political results again.
Something talked about, what is our purpose? Our purpose is defined by Section 24. What Section 24 does is to create platitude of duties for Nigerian citizens. It does not tell us the duties of those who govern us. That is one problem. It talks about the ethical motto of the Nigerian state. For me, these are platitudes. Social justice. Where is the social justice? We don't have social justice in our country. I had the opportunity of defending NSAS victims in 6 states, 5 states of the Southeast, including Rivers State, in 2020, at my own cost, at the cost of my small practice and of my friends. As we speak, none of the states, the ground zero in Nigeria, Anambra, submitted this report in February 2021. Till this moment, Professor Sisi Chukwuma Soludo has not found it deemed fit to release the report on NSAS. So we're here. Of men of Nigerian police force. You know, we're talking about bringing up the streaming, you know, men so used in a way that allows us to mainstream data. Let us be honest with ourselves. Nigerian is not used in a way that allows us to mainstream the youth agenda. Look at this. Is fraudulent. What I mean by fraudulent, history changes. It is not static. And because it's not static, we will continue to invent and reinvent the nation state. We are not reinventing Nigeria. What we are doing is reinventing the pocket of powerful governors. I'll stop here.
Thank you very much. Again, I will move on to you. I think there was a critical point mentioned, especially when it comes to the fear of the remixing of the ethnic identity. Maybe you can speak to that even as you respond to some of the issues that were raised by Mr. Martin.
Let me give some clarity. Ethnic nationalism or ethnic identity is not negative. So we don't have ethnic nationality. We also have civic nationality.
Thank you so much. I'm very senior. I would like to say that he has actually given readings to this question. So I would just like to add that the issue of ethnicity, like he has said, is something that we cannot really get a clear-cut answer to right now because of, in fact, the three major groups we have in Nigeria, people try to battle out how other ethnic groups can even stand out because three major in Nigeria, three are visible. And someone like me who talks, when you say just outside people Yoruba, what about people who are patriotic? They also want their own voice to also be heard in Nigeria. So standing on his own suggestion, I think I follow through. But another thing he also had like civic engagement we need to start having to encourage this point of patriotism and respect for human nature is something that we need to press more, even as much as we're trying to say we want a federal character status in Nigeria. We know that the Constitution has already provided that in section 42 and 3, and also give definition for it, but we do not see the reality of it. I know you also asked the point of justice, what's the true state of justice in Nigeria? I think when we continue to uphold the true nature of rule of law and clear separation of power, we will get to what justice should be. But when you see the executive massaging the judiciary and then also massaging the legislature, I don't think there's true separation of power in Nigeria to speak today. And these are some of the things that help to even stifle the progress of democracy in Nigeria. Anything we're talking about national unity still boils down to democracy. What is the value or what is the common value of the majority of people? We know what the majority, the value of the majority of people, what they elect. And you see that even coming to the basic level of having conversation with Nigerians, you always see that humanity is being celebrated. Everything is about money, even before the true essence of humanity. And it has, you see, one thing like you say, cause and effect, God has actually happened. Or how can we go forward? What is the solution? I think respect for human nature, promotion of our values, and what are our values? Strength of our core respect for ourselves, irrespective of our religion. It's not just even Christian and Islamism we have right now. We also have people who practice traditional. A lot of people are even not, they are not even interested in continuing with their parents' religion anymore. We see that they people diversified, we have a lot of interest, a lot of beliefs, states. So I don't think we even now have those two major religions anymore. People are coming out with what they want. I think when we go back to the world of respect for humanity, true values, I think we'll be able to progress as a nation.
Thank you very much, I have a question. If it's possible, I would like to have the views of something Dodo, NLD and the shape on this, maybe as quickly as possible. And it touches on something that the barrister said. And this has to do with, I don't know, I will use the word fear of government. And I will reference, for instance, some of the conflicts that have happened in Plateau State, and also reference something that the Sheikh said. We have maybe 3 major tribes in Nigeria, as often quoted. We also have other tribes that may be smaller in population, but have a radically different lifestyle from other ethnic groups that may be larger in population. And even though we may talk about farmer herder flag, the heart of it all, it is when you consider it a lifestyle flag. Maybe lifestyle of a certain group is hyper conservative, and a lifestyle of another ethnic group, which may be smaller in number, is hyper liberal. How do you begin to govern a country like that and ensure that even the smaller ethnic group lifestyle is protected?
So, try it in, the West to refrain from controversial questions. But maybe to also show this, one of the arguments I made, if you look through history books, it appears that the investment, and I say this with a disclaimer, I say this with a disclaimer that I'm not supporting military dictatorship. But if you look at the leadership that Nigeria has experienced in the last 6 years, it looks as though investments in national unity has been made more by our military dictators compared to our politicians. So if you look at what were those sites of memorial, what were those sort of national activities that fostered national unity? So things like our unity school, things like NYSC, things like Wazobia, cultural and sports festival, including federal character that was introduced also in our constituents. And anyway, if you look at these institutions established, and by institutions I don't mean others, practices, if you see that most of these institutions have been designated by our politicians. Just look at that. And so are we making the required investment, especially for a democratic process that is built on consensus, because at the heart of democracy is consensus. It's consensus. So if you think about these different nationalities that we have, that they are different identities, do we have a governance system that recognizes we have macro and micro nationalities we understand? But we want to equalize, we want to create an equilibrium. This is why your constitution says you cannot appoint ministers without considering what? All the states of the federation and the exit. Because all these mechanisms were put in place. But you've got a class that seems to be supporting. And so you need a legal system to address this. But not just a legal system to address this, but there should be consequence for breach Which brings me to, you can have all of these arrangements, but the absence of the rule of law makes it difficult because the whole essence of judicial review is that if you have a scenario of that nature and someone violates your rights, that you can approach the courts and obtain remedy. But look at what's also happening to those institutions of accountability like the courts. We're all witnesses to what happened this week or so with the arrest of the CBS governor. You look at what's also happening with, whether the EFCC chairman, and the way this entire process has been managed. And the fundamental question you ask yourself is, why is it that you have a political class that can get away with anything, even when they violate the rights of citizens and violate your constitution? Because your institutions are weak. And so the only way to do this is we need to get citizens conscientized, because there's a socialization problem that citizens have a right to place a demand on state and consistently do so. Because asking what is not what shifts the needle. You've got to do it over and over again. And secondly, that people need to, there has to be consequence. There has to be consequence. Because if the person in man, just look at what's happening in Plateau State. I mean, just like, when I look back to Plateau State and see how human beings like you and I, are killed on a daily basis. My colleague in the office, his elder brother, was killed in Mountain a few weeks ago. Who was a pastor, he was killed. And then you think about that individual, and the person is asking himself, I am in Nigeria. There is a constitution that recognizes my rights. Why is it that there is no accountability for all of this? And so these are the kinds of things. And until we get to that point, and this is where the point about consensus, and I think the political class, Stanley and to the National Association of Civil, yes, we are Nigerians, but we need to have tough conversations with our political class, because they are the ones who have constantly destroyed and decimated these institutions to serve their own interests and not our collective interests. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think I don't have to talk much, but the basis of our understanding humanity. When we become normal human beings that understand what is good and what is bad. And the second step is they identify our nationality. We are Nigerians, but we don't understand what level my right stop and what level someone's right start. They have constantly talked about Jos, not knowing that I was born and brought up in Jos. I can even speak some languages, Black. If there is here, I would say Gada Jos. So you can see that was the glory of Nigeria, the lost glory of Nigeria. A Hausa person was raised up in Jos to mingle with Biro, go to their villages together. I attended Bazaar, the Catholic church, when I was young with my people. I was aware of the certain time that we have started discussing whether to consume Xmas food or not. Before we share Xmas food together, we attend Bazaar together with the Christians. We are only concerned about being Joseph, as you were born in Jos or you are in Plateau. That's all. We don't have that division. So what we have to do is first ensure social justice. If there is social justice, then all other things will follow. But we cannot have social justice when we don't understand ourselves. Yeah, we have differences that are blessed. Go to India. There are many tribes in India. Many people don't know that there are a lot of ethnic groups in India, but their main concern is India. You meet them anywhere, they are Indian. Go to China. There are many clans and ethnic groups there, but the main thing is China. Now we can still have our ethnicity, respect one another, and come together as Nigerians to build Nigeria. But the only way to do that is to revisit our documents. And our documents, the Constitution and other laws, to understand where we can make amendments that will improve our citizenship. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The issue of social justice, the issue of sanctions, I think that is very major. And the attitude of our leaders to the value of life. You know, when you are hearing that 20 people have been killed, it's in the data. If your family member is involved, it's no longer a data. As we speak and we are sitting here, we have some Civic girls that are still not returned home to their parents. It's not only Civic. If we give you the analysis of how many girls have been taken from their homes and they are not here. And I remember I went to a amusement park with my son for 10 minutes. He was supposed to climb the ride. And I turned around. I didn't see him anymore. He was nowhere. For 10 minutes, I rampaged like a mad woman. That is 10 minutes. We are talking of how many years. Those have been taken from you, you have not seen that. I just want to break that down. That's the issue of violence against women and girls. In the process of all this, when we come down to Jos, as a great Joser, the University of Jos was the most metropolitan. It was the convergence of all tribes of Nigeria. It was a tribe, it was a unity. I think that's why the strength of Jos. And then it was excited in the center of Nigeria. Meaning that when we're having demonstrations like Mahmoud, thank you so much for all the accolades you paid, we were together. And I'm happy that we are still on. Like Mahmoud was saying, he's using his personal money to look for students. We have Khalifa Amin of blessed memory. When students were arrested at any place, but Gani will locate you with his lawyers, whichever corner of the country you are, and they will release you. Gani and Femi Falana. You know, so they make their contributions, they read their history. Which one are we writing now? Just was such a place that we think anybody, and that's why I think we have a place that we need to reference. Unfortunately, you know, so many things are coming in. And I think we need to reflect on the volume of the young people that we have and how they can also be manipulated. Growing up, you know, Benue is from northern Nigeria, right? The then northern Nigeria. Somebody tells me it's political north. But at least when I was growing up as a student of history in northern Nigeria, I come from Benue. My auntie was married to somebody from southern Kaduna, from southern Zaria. They are Muslims. They gave me love from their hearts. Baba Kaduna will give you anything. They are my second parents. So I grew up between both religions. I knew love from the Muslims, and I got love from the Christians. If I go to Kaduna today, I have my children in Kaduna, those are the people that we have raised. It's like a society. So I have a huge family there, and there is no differentiation. And so where did the differences come from? It's when we start looking at issues, from all the perspectives of social justice. But let's go back to the lawyers and the justice system that we have. We are now looking at them. Me and you, we are looking at them in the eye now, isn't it? Because we are told elections should go to court. But one thing that Nigerians have been good at, we recognize that there is a government in place, isn't it? If not, we are not obeying anything. But we recognize there is a government, but we recognize that the justice should also be responsible. There are sanctions that are not being met. And I think the moderator refer to when you have, veterans that have looked at their own states and they go out. When they go to jail, they are coming home. They are celebrated. Let people go deeper. Let people be evidence-based. Who mobilize those people to come out? If it's not the citizens that have been violated that are mobilizing those people, they still use their money to mobilize. I think we need to understand that. And very, very clear, there's no way that somebody has taken out your money from you. We have people in Nigeria today that for about 3 months they have not collected salaries. Have you not sentenced them to death? And so we are having sanctions and issues. And then when again I hear 50 have been killed, I'm a woman. I remember 50 times my senses will jump on their heart and I'll just recollect how many women, 50, remember, just 50 in this home, 50 families, and then put it together. And up to the time that we are hearing there is a slaughter of 100, of how many? And this is not only in the individual, even the military, because of political decisions. Many of our young people in the military or in the police have lost their lives. And that is why I say there is a critical role. When you bring in a woman, to not solve the type of decision, you are not doing them a favor. You are improving the quality of the decision that will be made from that role. And so, for all of the people, for all of the tribes, the killing is still going on in Plateau, and they are asking what is the government doing? How can you, in other times, even in the US, one citizen, because of maybe the way comes to that citizen, the president can cut down their family and go back to that family. We're having how many people die and nobody is saying anything. We just received an emergency of an nutrition emergency where people say, you hold the camp, we hold the bush, you cannot come in because farmers need food for their family. And the young people are under malnutrition. There is a malnutrition in the emergency because the people can no longer go to the farm. And so when you are looking at issues, the other day, for the civil society, something is here. We are not concerned about who is taking the position or who is winning an election. We only are concerned about the process that brings the election. And so it's important to understand our point. I don't know yet was an interesting development for us that the rep went and declared the result. But the issue is that we have not heard from the rep. That guy is a lawyer. I'm very, very interested in hearing what he will have to say. He came to the court. What happened? He put an injunction that he should not talk. Let's open ourselves up. There has to be sanctions. And for all the judges that are out there, all of them are writing their own issue. Isn't it? The likes of Papa Palenwa and Sadami Osonito and the Nami Azikiwe, how many properties did they get? How many properties? And that's one of the things that I like about Mwalimu Nyerere of Tanzania. And I happen to have been there, I took a job there for a couple of years. And I was interested in the character of that man. He has a 2-bedroom apartment up to today. That's where the wife is living. 2-bedroom apartment. When they say, let's build a place for you. My children have come up and gone. The 2-bedroom is even too big for me and my wife. And he laughed at them. And so what is the primitive? That's why I say corruption has a price. but poverty has no tribe. Which village do they come from? We need to open our eyes and take a decision, which is very, very important to make in our lives, for our children and for generations to come, and all of us are right.
Thank you very much. We will open up this conversation in a moment, but if we can manage it very quickly, I would like to have Barracuda and Babu quickly just answer this question that I was wondering about. Sometimes they say the question is resources. Our economy is basically, at least our governmental economy, is based on, okay, we are sharing resources. And some people say this is one of the drivers of this ethnic division, because if we can form ourselves into some sort of big gang, then we all resources. On the other hand, when it comes to giving to the country, for instance, in sport, people don't care. Even if you have 8, 9, 10 people on the team, nobody cares. They say we're all Nigerians. When it comes to armed forces, who will step up and sacrifice, nobody goes to check the list and say, oh, well, my people are not adequately represented. But somehow when it comes to sharing of the money, so is this culture of subvention a driver for ethnic division? And if so, what can we do about it?
I think we have an answer. But first, let us not hear some of the seminar points, some say, which, of course, interrogate the question that you just asked. Why do we have agitation for wanting to belong? One, because there is a conscious effort by those who want to live our country to create what Samson described story, or what the late Said described as equivalent order. Somebody who is shut out completely from the lowly the quarters of power. You have no access to state resources. The state does not even recognize if you exist. You are that order. And if you look far into the Indian sub-country, we're talking about this instance where you are thrown outside the order of humanity. Therefore, there is not the effect of promoting the interest of the individual after the interest of the nation state or the state nation. And there's no signal, on the part of the who is science to show that Dr. Mehta has wanted the political effort instead of Tinubu's effort. I'm more concerned about the severity of his personal effort. If you look at those people that are moving around the you ask where do they come from? They come from one section of our country. It does not tell of an individual who seeks to prevent that diversity that Nigeria is made of. That's what. You also get reference to us. Of course, now people do national unity and for some sense of reconsideration. Reconsideration is about what integration of all. Like the church, when we must look at the atrocity you committed against in the past on the basis for all then the military consideration. But what has the politician done is 1990. Not far from here, of 3,000 meters. Without one monument there, unity from which is a memorial site for the checking our national unity. One character from Republic of Nigeria, who by accident, not by accident, became president of Nigeria. And then we consider that it's we don't know that so
Sharing material. And so that's the mental of both. In shorting out individuals, finding the focus of finding interest of one or finding. And then we go back again to how the activity are. These are states are done in a manner that allows for power competition within those school spaces. Nobody will be looking at power sharing or research sharing. All constitutional discussions around changing the processes are not yet. How is the for international? Because addressing the fundamental that was affecting Nigeria. The early classes were represented at the national conference. When presented in 24 states, because the year was not the national conference of about 47 states or 7. I will ask yourself, where is when this I think section of the are the natural, most naturally in terms of something careful life. But we have to do one that in a manner that is the number exists when I'm looking for credit codes, moderate understanding in order for students to be. But as a reality today, is that what the five words are not being done? I'm supposed to be legal with my kids. So, I'm starting to die on a permanent guest. It is strategy. And I want to where I have my private school. That's why my needs in a community powerful environment are today almost 7 secretaries of the regulation. And that spends the current and aspirational officer. I need that you have to shut down number and you get an equal master. And you know that people call you something was working for you. You have to let them stop. Thank you for living with us. I think it's time. There was a change in the time of the revenue side. Even if us, and happiness is difficult for you to understand. Emphasis by the national and thank you very much for
In addition to what you have said, I would like to take a cue from the comparable big portion. Some of the resolutions made by a lot of delegates discussing national issues. And one of the points they had to discuss was the issue of resource control. And we saw that I know that today topic is related because we saw how what the reason why the Jonathan said it couldn't implement is because of the he could not bring down to the house already to buy the certificate. So these are some of the issues. But I would say that more, just like what you have said, more resources to actually be put into state developed resources, because these resources cannot just develop on their own. They need funds and all that. If I take a look at FCT, FCT has a lot of resources, but we see they do a whole lot of mismanagement. And even some of those who are indigenous complain of this lack of, they do not have much of this evidence, or they don't have the benefit of some of the resources which is taken out of their land. So these are some of the issues. And then we know that some states actually bring a lot to the table, saying that they are educations for oil producing states as against others who are operating as much. We saw the issue of VAX, the recent bad judgment in River State, how the government made sure that a lot of things were set to be contributed so that they can actually resuscitate their own resources, bring forth to the federal, So these are some of the issues. I feel that resources should be generated by a lot of states, and government also to help to make sure that these resources are harnessed for the benefit of Nigerians as people. I think that's my answer.
Thank you very much. Let's give them a round of applause. We would like to take questions and comments from the audience. So maybe we'll take 3, 4, 5 at a time. Let's say we'll take 4 at a time. 1, 2, 3, and 4. The gentleman behind. I will come straight to you, sir. Okay, 5. Let's see. So let's start here. Third row or fourth row.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Richard. My question is, we gathered here having the organization from this side, humanistic organization. We have representatives of religious organizations, other social organizations from the other end. And the theme of this event is national reconciliation and unity, the imperative for collective action. I want to ask, is it possible for us to live here with an agreement of certain action that we need to start taking from today going forward for us to have a better Nigeria? Is it possible? What are those collective actions that we can come up with at the end of this event and set timelines for us to start working towards having unity in our country? Thank you. I want to also make a small point. I believe that the challenges we're having in Nigeria today are also being experienced all over the world, even in most of the advanced society. And the difference is that when these challenges come up, the people of these nations find ways, they find solutions to the problem. And that is why they keep growing. The reverse is the case in Nigeria. Every now and then, conferences, seminars are being held, people gather, they discuss, they talk about our problems, and they leave, no action is taken. Now, how can we change this narrative? How can we begin to grow Nigeria? How was it possible for us to have a pro-democracy movement in the 90s that brought about an end to the military rule? How was it possible for the social movement in the United States of America that brought about the emancipation of the colored people in the United States of America? I would like. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Richard. I think the United States is even still dealing with that, even up to today. But good point that you've made. Second, I think no, back there first before we go.
Zuma. Sorry? Really?
Your name?
Okay, I'll do that, my name. Distinguished guest, how she goes. Mine is a comment, and I want to take up from where Mahmoud inspired, from his comment. I envy something in total. He tries to stay away from controversy and he works for it. I pray every day the way of controversy was somehow will find you. I hope it doesn't find me, and I can't stop praying because as a Christian, the Paul said we should pray without ceasing. So, my point is simple. You alluded to the fact that when the other Mahmoud was in SVG, we will call it, they did very well. And now, we all know how they have performed. The question is, what has changed? I am asking this question because I agree with everything everybody has said. But there is an angle I want us to look at in this one. Who are we reconciling with the man, the or the outside man with the man, or the man with the I think it's just box. What happened to Mahmoud? He left us and he joined them. Until we reconcile them, us, and it's going to okay. And that's what make a mistake about it. How do we now have this reconciliation? We are all adults. Humanity has heard I mean, I will not anybody say that being a good elementary things teaches us that actions and reactions are equal until we realize that there will never be any reconciliation with the state itself. Because none is clear.
We have another round of questions, so we need to move on quicker.
Okay, so maybe stop. Yes, okay, thank you.
Thank you. The gentleman is one.
Good afternoon, ladies. My name is Marvelous Kamunot Yokori Obama. I write for News Center Delegation. Now, in my little years of experience, when you see people that are in the maybe there's a heated argument, and at the end of the day, all of them leave out with a smile. But when you see them, it's so close, all of them living in disagreement, that put themselves. We can't be having national reconciliation agreement when we don't have a writing political philosophy that is void of greediness and selfishness. The question is, were we even right when we decided all of us as a nation to tell the office? Before the military left leadership in 1999 proud to our office, what was the political philosophy that was driving us as a country? And then who were those in the hands of the politics and the corridors of power after, before and after 1999? There was no conversation when the military was leading on the type of political philosophy that will be guiding everybody in Nigeria, despite our different political paths. So what happened? Programs, step-downs, and by themselves without introducing a different political philosophy. And what is the spillover? An aspiration to make politics is not a new aspiration of our youth. Where are we following this culture from leadership? Everybody wants to make it. So no matter the routes we use, we must get it paid. And what is our youth doing? All of them now resort to Yahoo, using their own parents for money rituals. I mean, I want to do this and get the consequences. Where are they getting this? is from political leadership, where someone will tell you that we must reclaim the state and we must do it anyhow, but we will comment. So the question is, we can have a national reconciliation and unity when the political philosophy to which we are riding on this country is born of greediness and self. Have you asked yourself, since 1999 to date, has our government been accountable to some of the repatriated funds and those who have in this country? You hear in the media that have recovered those amounts of money from our country. What is the descriptive analysis of what those funds are used for? Now, in the period of the 2023 election, of course, politicians with their normal way, and I don't know why many Nigerians have not learned our lesson. And before the election, they come with very rhetorics. You know, they try to create a situation that makes Nigeria looks like they want to dismember. But we've got it up that Nigeria never dismembered nor on record, even when they came with their very rhetorics. And now some of these elections have been heavily contested, and some of those who lost have gone to court. Some of them are trying that the judiciary should do it. All right, that's the question. Round out quickly. That's the question. What is the attitude of auditors? The religious institutions, the law enforcement agencies, and the justice, of course, saw how will I call it, the embarrassment that you see in the police high court between the men of the DSS and, of course, the correctional service officials. But lastly, we are very much to start helping you, so you have to lastly you are going to ask, how do we address inequalities and reward system, the sharing formula, and appointments, and how has the Federal Character Commission failed? Thank you so much. Okay, thank you very much. I think the 7th of April.
Thank you very much.
Keep your comments as brief as possible because we still want to come back for more people to participate.
I was on the proposal. I think that I mean, practicing law in Abuja. Of course, I want to say that I agree with the President when he said that those who should be conversing around reconciliation and unity are the politicians themselves. Now, I think that there is somewhere we are missing. Because most of us conversing around national unity and reconciliation. Most of us here know the right thing. Most of us here know what to be doing. Our weaknesses over time, and also weaknesses even if it does come to the election time. The problem are the poor masses, the uneducated masses in our rural areas, in our satellite areas. Those people who don't have the opportunity to be rural like that. These are the people who the politicians use. Hence, issues that don't support reconciliation, that don't support national unity. The issue, how do we make things of this nature to them? Because until we start speaking to them, until they begin to see, just like my friend said, that it is we against them, and that definitely we against them. Until they begin to see that they use politics to divide us, they use politics to make them around us, and begin to and become part of national unity and reconciliation. I'm going to say I'm not going anywhere because this is the people that political unity. You remember during the election period, one of the candidates posted that his people are illiterate. They are not educated. They don't know anything about internet. Whatever you think about internet, they are not about it. They will not hear it, not get it there. If people are going to be making sure about the people and the advantage of their education and their poverty, then problem. Lastly, the issue around the Naira rate decline. The issue around the Naira rate decline. Issue or the major issue by the world problem was because they didn't have that money to be able to write the code of the same people. Not the people of BNI, all the right thing, where the right thing. So once we put this thing out to them, I'm telling you, I'm not going to situation. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. We'll come to the front row.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. How is it going?
Okay, so your name. My name is John. And mine is between a professor. We put our favorite policy in the right in our intervention. And I think it's kind of good but we should be and it is time for action. You know what we need to do. There's only one problem in Nigeria. We have us who are represented by utility and they have not. Who are represented by the other people. And I want to ask you a question. Are we in trouble? I think I could answer. The grammar too much. I will take a problem. And we have to get out of those things we are in. We have to focus our mind, focus our thoughts, focus our strategy to work. The question is, we cannot reconcile with the possibility because there is a concern. And the focus of action, while we are facing the danger of paralysis, they are acting. While we are planning, they are acting. So the most important thing that we need to do now is, to have action to really take. We are planning. And the good part of we have obedience. How do you start to how do you make sure that to make of time? If we don't do that, we are looking to the family on the position and so coming back. If we cannot act, so let's focus our energies and everything we have on action. Let's act. So, thank you very much. We'll come back to the panel now for responses. Any member of our panel can feel free to respond to either the Richard wanted to know, bringing us back to our theme. Can we lead with an agreement for collective action? So what more can we say about collective action that we can take as a people or even as a group right now? What are the next steps? For me, the very easy position to create processes, atmosphere, framework, mechanism for national reconciliation and also unity. But the nation state as we have it at the moment is so weak to the extent that it cannot protect itself. So going forward, we must resolve to either reinvent the nation or strengthen it. And in strengthening it, we will be strengthening this weak situation. I don't want to call out the end of your boss. Sorry, my dad. We start for the for Africa with the first since 1990.
was NS Vice President. When was the rest of that? I know challenges anyway is one of those institutions that have one of those institutions that has growth coming from the post that is not funded or adequately funded. So for us to bring about true reconciliation, by trusting that role on the lap of the nation state, the nation state must strive to strengthen itself and strengthen its institutions. We also have to look at the nature of our politics and the kind of democracy that we have. I've always said that our politics is chaotic, almost as chaotic as the Indian politics. You know what of India. And our democracy is built around this confusion. I expect that at the heart of democracy is correct. But democracy is also very conflicted. It was easy for the military to force the constitution and build memorial sites. But it would be practically impossible for a democratic government to do what the military regime did. Simply because democracy allows for the operation of both centrifugal and centrifugal powers. When you are trying to put in to the center, they are fighting for the base of freedom, on the base of justice, on the basis of all that not from the but if you have a democracy that is my head, there are almost private, and on the basis of self-being conflicted, some conversations will be arriving. There's nothing wrong in constant effective, constant until we are clean. But our politicians are not interested that they only present the shocking strategy of democracy. How they shape power and how I want to see the graphics. They are only concerned about it. They are only concerned about it. Like people just how was the guy who in today connect with the guy in today, considering the ethnic groups and this between them. That's the point of the time. Even in localities where the politics of ethnic nations point for land in the history, there's only I think a different example. For people who are familiar with the region, we are looking for people. There's no consensus among the political elites that I am related to no consensus. And we will have meetings from the country house, where we call it a country, that have power 8 years ago. And we will have meetings from the first house, where the party comes from. For 18 or 16 years. So, with these steps in the South, the only was stated that consensus solutions were the people who are mature. They can be able to think for some reason for agreement and disagreement. And the point of that consensus is there. So, only collective action is important. So much from the fact that we need to strengthen the state. We need to modernize our state. I don't know it's on water. We shall clear out in Lagos last week. They could make an order that the power of penalty being government to have more. To do more. We have the orders of the but what they can do, I know there's one of them among them, the question
enforce the parents book in such a way that it became a global event for our state, all the evidence, of our taking to the group. The next level, I can't remember his name. But I really want to do, he expects you to begin to work and then whatever else done, with nothing to school, with as a rule of hope and carry, I will finish about something else. That's why I read that with the new remark. So, with the new remarks. But we have some of these ways of writing and doing what we do, but we also consider and see how we perform the function. Don't reconcile, I don't know. I think we do. All right. Thank you very much. Just to inform that we have pretty much run out of time, so I'll take roundabout comments from the rest of our time. Roughly,
I'll just use this big one. Since you are back now to the politicians, I'll say the politicians do not exist without the people. No government exists without the people. Now, how do these politicians come about? They engage in elections, not just direct election, the general elections, they engage in crowds, they engage in political engagement with people. Now, who are the people that are there during the primary? We've seen how they sabotage primary elections, we've seen the whole issues related to defense, put very close to them, you see the violence, and these are still orchestrated by the people. So I will still go to say that the people still have their role to play in ensuring that we have a seamless form of democracy in Nigeria. Now, I will ask this question for us to reflect who are the politicians and what are our expectations of them during campaigns. When they come to you, what do they talk about? How many of the people go about collecting 1,000 naira money for transport to venue to listen to them? Is that the major focus, or what do we as a collectively require from this politician? A lot of them engage in crime, even though we know that some people engage in elections, but we know that majority of them engage. We have in essence, how many of us participated in gainfully knowing well who are actually going to represent us as a people in next year? How many of us participated in local government elections? These are some of the issues that when we are looking for collective action, we as a people have our role to play. If you have a common ideology that though Nigeria is greater than any other Nigeria, we all have a collective duty to contribute to our environment, and it starts from you and I. Even if you do not majorly join a political party, encourage your children. A lot of us encourage our children to not even bother in political participation, and then we complain of the 60% which are youth that are not even bothered in the collective reform of our society. There are so many issues that boil down to us as a people. I want to continue to have this engagement. Melanie Senior has said, he said that this conversation, we cannot erode this kind of conversation. Necessarily, we don't want to do it today, but when we continue to have collective ideologies and train principles, what are our principles that we must not, I must not know where it's from before I was greeting. I must not know where it's from before I was discuss on issues relating to our collective responsibility as a people. We should stop in the posting. Stop identifying my people or my outside or my Edo brother before you actually do the right thing. It should not be that you know who I am before you actually get things. So these are some of the things that have helped to deepen lack of separation of power. Only on presidential election, they receive the people to participate in elections to help people celebrate the exalted office of the executive. What about the legislators? What about the judiciary? And we know how the executive and legislators help even confirm some of the appointments made by this executive for judicial appointments. They all intermarry each other. But we continue to have this knowledge, keeping our knowledge, encourage our young children to read, practice history, and develop a different spirit to be able to have this collective action that we all see. Thank you very much. Please provide us now with what we see our
Thank you very much. I think the issue is all about how to make Nigeria great again. And we are all, directly or indirectly, that we have role to be critical citizens of the nation and stakeholders. Therefore, the issue is, let's agree that we are going to start doing something that will make our society better. Even by acknowledging or by appreciating the other neighbor you have, the next neighbor you have, regardless of geographical location or tribe. Consider him, respect him, love him, and share with him. If we can start doing so, the reconciliation has started with us.
Thank you.
And I know there will be a community at the last of this that will what we do. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sheikh.
Well, thank you very much. It's just to acknowledge that the proposals that I put forward at the beginning of this conversation, we're still pondering on it. And this meeting will not respond to those questions. They are just to help us reflect deeply about this. Because we need a national purpose that can become a rallying point. And who has the responsibility of shaping that? It's all of us that have that unique responsibility. The second and the last point, and endorsing all the previous comments, is that there cannot be reconciliation without justice. Justice is at the heart of it. But justice does not mean, that a fellow colleague of yours must go to jail. That does not mean justice. That does not equal justice. But I think that our sense of justice needs to be broader, needs to be more encompassing. And I say this, that we celebrate the likes of the Sheikh because of his stance, and he did exemplify that because of the demand. But there are other religious leaders who are wearing these embers of hate. We've got to identify them, name them, call them out, and condemn them. I think it's important because as we see, there's a young lady who was killed somewhere in the northern part of the country. We don't know what has happened to her. And so these are the kinds of things that as citizens we have to be vigilant. So when these things happen, we call for justice and insist that justice must be served.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay. I just want to respond to a few things that came up. Some of the questions of saying, how do we grow our democracy? The issue lies again with the citizens of Nigeria. Citizens, the office of citizens is the highest office in the land. The politicians come out of what? And I am saying that you need to be able to lead your tribe, to lead in your behavior. You need to promote your tribe. Whatever tribe they are saying you are, whatever religion that they are saying you are, wherever you are coming from. Yes, from the background, when I'm standing and speaking, I may stand there and I will disgrace somebody from the University of York. Mahmoud just testified to some of the things. We went to jail, we went to detention, we went to all of that. It's during the ministry, and I will regret nothing. I can go to jail again, but for the right thing. If it's standing for us, you can do what you will. We are coming from the background of no per diem CFOs. No per diem, we go on the back of the truck. When we go for meetings, we arrive at the meeting, by 9 p.m. we start our meeting, early in the morning, you brought your thing, and you find where. And if anybody gives you transport, those who have transport, to share with those who do not have transport there. But even without transport, because Nigeria will say then, you get to second places. And I just want to say that this year of today, there may be a lot of differences because even some of us, when we invite some people to meetings, they will not come for that meeting if you don't give them transport fare. Again, you have to deal with the circumstances on ground, the issue of poverty on ground, now the issue of insecurity on ground as well. So there's so many changes. Many of the institutes are held hostage. But when I can say that when NSAS happened, I began because I was getting to a point where frustration was everything. But when NSAS happened, my own is to say that Nigerians, young people will not just leave the country to be going down. But what we are doing from the civil society, we are mediating. We are asking the government to listen now and do something positive. Because when the boils over, If some of you have seen the video, we're not promoting, we're not saying, because many of us are in the military room. We are not saying military room. But we have to at least look at Niger, the Niger Minister of Finance. They are asking me to account for the money. Every one of us will be accountable for what. If it's not now, it's going to be later. The National Regulation Agency has a lot of work to do. But one thing, if the government don't want to get it right, they will bring the organization, but will fund the organization, and so they cannot do what they need to do. When they turn off, in the Ministry of Information has this giant vehicle, the digital can find rocks, you can find a lot of things. You can bring any message in terms of civic education to the level of the companies. And so we need to do that. If you are sitting in your, if you are you are sitting in your room, you will not you will not be sitting well because you can repeat at any time if you don't comply with the reality. The world is our environment. Africa is our home. Nigeria is our tribe. All of you in this room, you are from different ethnicities, and we are not thinking of the difference. We are thinking of one Nigeria. So arise, don't come back here. Let's use the beautiful country. Thank you very much. I would like to say tribute as we round up our session to my panelists. Thank you very much to Mr. Abdul Mahmoud and also to Barrister Julian. Somebody asked, what are the next steps? What is the concrete action? I think look no further for inspiration than the people we have on stage. We have heard Mr. Mahmoud and the passion with which he has spoken and the many battles that he has fought. We've also listened to Barrister Ireland and all of the things that she has done in this industry. I would also like to speak to thanking the people of whose work and the results of their work that I do personally know about. We have Sheikh Ali, who lost his job for speaking truth to power. These are the concrete steps. We have Dr. Nicola, whose dogged engagement with government had the Nigerian constitution changed so that younger people could run for office. We have NLB, whose dogged determination going to Unity Fountain every day resulted in the current electoral act we have, even when the president was reluctant in signing. So if we're looking for next steps, these are our next steps. These are the things we need to do. Thank you so much for that. I hand you over to.
So wonderful. I would like to panel and our next thank you very much. Thank you. Just a bit of amendment to our program for this event. The next steps, which we were planning for, is presentation of community and adoption. For one time, we want to amend this next item. This will be sent by email to everyone who is here, and we will subsequently, circulate and share the communique. A big thanks to our rapporteur team led by Sharon. We will be wrapping up in a very few, just a few minutes from now, and a couple of other housekeeping information from my co-MC, our audience.
Thank you very much. I'm sure that we have had a very wonderful afternoon and morning. We've had a very robust conversation around national unity and what we are supposed to do. I want to especially recognize the presence of principal partner, and associates. They are the rapporteurs for this event. So we recognize them especially. They will help in developing a communique from all that has been discussed today, and then this will be communicated to all relevant agencies of government, all relevant security agencies, and all the people who have invited for this event. We also appreciate your presence. Very quickly, we want to take a photograph. The photograph already. So for all the panelists, for all the people, Okay, so let's have the award first, and then we'll have group photograph. So we presented awards to all of our panelists and keynote speakers and guest speakers. The whole idea is that anybody who we have invited to our events becomes our resource person. So tomorrow when we reach out to you, please do oblige us and be present. You now know I don't come to confirm available membership on you. So I just say your partners, and then we'll continue to partner with you in national progress. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we're just comparing with each other to perfect the remaining processes. So straight into the award, which my co-MCA have announced, is our little token of appreciation to this wonderful cream of panel that have availed us their intellect and their insight and reflections over the theme for this public lecture and FOB. So without any much ado, I want to invite the capoon of Sahara Day, Mr. Olamide Oni, to make the first presentation. All right, first on the list is Mr. Anthony, our very keynote speaker. So I will hand over the award to the clerk to Olamide to present to keynote speaker.
For your participation and commendable service to the National Association of Leaders, Private Corporate representing this flag to you. So thank you very much for your excellent ability.
Thank you very much. To carry out the next presentation, please let me quickly to invite Mr. John O'Kay to the platform to present this flag to our next our guest speaker. While John is coming, Sheikh Mohammed Khalid, our respected guest speaker, please join me here, and I'll hand over the flag to John O'Kay to make his presentation.
Sorry, right? And you've always answered us when we talk. Thank you for that. Thank you for the sacrifices to make Nigeria better. They said the cost of freedom is not disease. So let's all remain and vigilant. We will take this come out. So this flag is from the Association of Leaders to you, the minister of our country, of
All the time, yeah. All right, thank you.
Around the round to Sheikh Mohammed Khalid. To make the next presentation, may I call on Mr. Onyebuchi Okudu, our area medic. While he's making his way to the platform, I invite NLB to please join us here for to get our token of appreciation.
Thank you, madam. You are a regular student of nationality. I want to appreciate you at this time. Your consistent education help increasing the new social order in the country. So on behalf of the national people of I will present the award done for the progress of Nigeria.
A wonderful round of applause to NLB. To make the next presentation, I call on Mr. Obina Odile. And while he's making his way to the platform, please may we have Mahmoud Esquire join us for to receive our token of appreciation. On behalf of National Keynote, please accept this the token of our love because for your contribution and your help. Thank you. I have been told that we want that photograph and face them. A round of applause to do. Thank you very much. To make the next presentation, I call on Mr. Victor Opule to join us here at the platform. Mr. Victor.
So may I also welcome Ms. Juliet Haile from our collective award.
All right, this is there.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to round of applause to Juliet. Thank you very much. Thank you. Very nice having all of you here with us to share this wonderful theme.
So I think very quickly we have a group photograph with all the panelists and discussants with the moderator. We have a group photograph. Then we have a group photograph with the Sahara, Zuma, and the chairman of the FOB 2023, Mr. Kiwande PS. Please get ready to come up stage also. So photographer, please come and have a photograph with the panelists. So panelist moderator, please can you stand for the group photo? So the other photograph we have all the keynote speaker, the guest speaker, and the panel discussants with the moderator. Then we also come on stage after this is the Sahara deck, Zuma deck, the area lead, and the last HP. With the chairman 2023 FOB, Mr. Akiwande, yes. So please, can you quickly come up with Sahara, Zuma, area mate, last HP, chairman 2023 FOB, Mr. Akiwande, yes. Please, can you quickly come up stage? So let me tell you that we have a refreshment of this part, as we have something for you. And Thank you. Thank you. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for being here. All many of us begin with it's a weekend and it's not always very easy for us to stay alive. The closing remarks will be given by the Zambia, the second base of Sahara Jet. Please, if you are around, quickly come and give us the closing remarks. The Zambia, please come on this. We have to come together for the Zambia, please, and we come on this. We will take the lateral legs before we do the event, so let's get the closing remark from Mr. Zambia. Mr. Zambia, please, welcome. Thank you. I people, including present to learn, or to try to really observe. Our own model. On behalf of the National CEO, Sahara Jet, I would like to use this opportunity to thank our keynote speaker, for the and the Secretary on National Unity and Reconciliation, the community actors. I want to one talent. And all the different issues regarding national unity and reconciliation. We thank you. For the good message. I'm very happy to see you Thank you. I will thank you for coming. In life, we are committed to continue stability against the achievement of the human. And in fact, we cannot go to the security in terms of national reconciliation. I will meet it in society. Our people can also take it. On the issues involved, I will share it with national or regional agency and better on there is an Thank you very much. You can together for online. We have come to the end of this very wonderful event today, where we have brought I guess the best of the best in terms of social engagements, intellectual discussions, and the conversation has been a very productive one. From here, from the MC, I am a lawyer, I am my colleague, Eden Hona. We are standing up, but before we stand up, please, I will be we're going to decide the national flag. We're going to decide the national flag. Well, the national flag is there.
After the count of three, we recite the national pledge. 1, 2, 3. I pledge to Nigeria, my country, to be faithful, loyal, and honest, to serve Nigeria with all my strength, to defend her unity, and to uphold honor and glory.
You know, find me. I don't know how I must do that. I'm not sure. I saw it. Not very, very. Which your turn. And yeah, I saw you. I was like, I told her, but she not know. She not see that.
Yeah.
Yes.
I see you again.
Why this is a big for me? I know they yes story. I know they yeah. You even wear two piece. Are you going for the? Are you going? Seriously.
Now this thing should look like that.
That's what because if do not pay, yeah, it's collecting those things. And when that was like cannot go job for fun because it looks that's for me, I'll say. Send that money for us to carry out that different schools. Different schools. Okay, they would like to use it. Okay, I can hold it now then. Then he gets it. Why you put for it? Let's go to school. Let's do
See, it is very obedient.
Thank you.
Okay. I have to do it my long best. Very important to me. My what?
You can get to
Question is what plans you make?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I think everything I did right. I like to do that. Somebody may have been and there was also when I look at these things, you can only do your best. What's the crowd? But in truth, when you do that, you even begin to wonder what is democracy. Population is largely here is reason for 40% of people inside the president, either ill or uneducated. And the president is in a there, and you can talk about macroeconomics, but they are decided. How are you going to, how are you going to, it's difficult. Okay, well, I'll take care of that later. Well, nice meeting you. Sorry? You are? Oh, really? It's been a long time since I did a morning show. Waking up at 4 a.m. Shit, is no longer conducive. Only I could do it next time. So I will explore that in the future. Yeah. But if I can do one for the possibility, I could do one for this.
Sorry, are you the one that installed? Can you uninstall? Yes, that's all right. Moving this socket back.
It's for Lambo. Just, don't worry, I'll take everything. Don't worry. I'll pack everything. Yes.